Good evening, and welcome to the St. Petersburg by Night podcasting network. Tonight, we present to you our Werewolf the Apocalypse Chronicle, Hounds.
Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the worm's forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community broadcasting from St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hounds, our second Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a young pack of Garou have come as reinforcements to the Sept of the Evening Star to help combat the forces of the Worm and help build the new Garou nation. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We also have a couple new tables starting soon that are looking for players, so come join our community. Now, let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay and I'll be playing Deadbeat, Bonar Rune, and we are not the suckers letting other people leech off of us.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nikki, and I'll be playing Delphine Ruinspeaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I will be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
Hello there, my name is Caity, and I will be playing Rory Woods, the Bonar Galliard.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lilith, and I'll be playing Juniper Camine, the Ragabash Black Fury.
Last week, the Hounds were recoiling or rebounding from the news that they were being sent back to Hell, Michigan on a very, very important emissary mission to talk to their former Sept to make a deal for some iron from a very, very important mine in the Upper Peninsula. This iron is necessary because it will be the main source to combat this threat coming from Piney Point, this threat of these plants that seem to be growing and infecting the population. In exchange, the Sept wants the recipe for the cure. However, there is a great deal of tension between the old Sept and this pack. And there's a great deal of controversy between the two parties. So it seems it might be a lot more difficult than is expected. However, as the pack ties up all their loose ends and prepares for the journey, they may be taking a great deal of baggage with them. As it seems, some information has come to light, some information that dates back to their time in Michigan. Delphine informed Ray and Stakes what she found out about Juniper. And while there was some discussion and debate as to whether Juniper could be responsible for the death of Delphine's parents, Stakes said that she believes that she was, and that if it was going to be dealt with, it should be dealt with in a challenge. But she should be asked outright first if she was responsible. Meanwhile, Deadbeat finally had the confrontation he had been avoiding as he went to meet with Lilia, the mother of his abandoned child. However, the interaction was not what he expected. Instead of a shouting match, instead of a altercation, she forgave him. And all she wanted was for her child to meet his father. For her child's father to be a part of his life. So Deadbeat, Bradley Fletcher, was introduced to his son, Cooper. And at that moment, he, in a way, made a vow to be a part of his son's life. Now, he wasn't expected to do so financially. He wasn't expected to take on a great deal of responsibility. He was just expected to be present in some way or form. And when he looked into his son's eyes, when he saw the eyes of his brother, the eyes of himself, something inside of him broke. But maybe something inside of him also healed. Because when he apologized, when he faced his mistake and his past, that is when his shame, a shame that he's carried with him since the old Sept, a shame against his honor, finally slipped away. For the spirits had finally forgiven him as well. So now, as we start tonight's story, the pack makes its final preparations for the journey to Michigan. Let's get to our first scene. It's late in the evening as the pack is called to the Sept cairn. A final send-off from the Sept leadership before their mission to return to Hell, Michigan, to return to their old Sept. A ritual of sorts. As they arrive at the old cairn, a large bonfire is built in the center of the clearing. Several of the leadership are present, including Aspen Weiss, the Sept leader, Malicious Jester, Lucas Shaw, Eliza Ross, and Artie Garfield, as well as the warder, Charles Albrecht. You may now describe yourselves as you make your entrance into the Sept cairn.
Delphine will be coming in. She's wearing some leggings, still a very chunky sweater, some sneakers, and she's got her hair brushed and tied off in a low ponytail to keep it from sticking to her face. And she's just looking a little passive right now. No real expression on her face, very neutral.
Ray will be in his iconic jeans, work boots, and plaid button-up with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, with his dirty and ripped hat. Coming in a little excited, more of the fact that we have a mission now and we're finally getting the send-off to go, but a little bit to go back. It'll be interesting to see everyone again.
Juniper would be coming in with her long curly hair actually braided in some double Dutch braids. She's wearing just a basic green t-shirt that's supposed to be moisture wicking, and is wearing jeans, some hiking boots, and she's looking outwardly more peaceful rather than having like a resting scowl or like a perturbed look about her. But internally, she's a little, I guess the word would be pensive about the mission and other things that she has to deal with.
Deadbeat would be coming in wearing a shirt that says "The Man," that points up to towards his face, and when it says "The Legend" pointing down to his crotch. It has a couple of like stains on it, like ketchup stains, and from various foods he may have ate. Wearing cargo shorts, standard kind of dirty shoes. Looking around, trying to appear nonchalant, though feeling a bit on edge, especially with the whole situation going on in his personal life, and not being sure if that's just about to be aired to literally everyone in the Sept. So it's kind of feeling a little worried.
Rory has her hair pulled up into a ponytail that's pulled through a baseball cap. She's wearing a crop top that kind of looks like it's been bleach dyed, like instead of tie dyed, and her usual like cargo pants and combat boots. She's kind of just like constantly looking at each of her pack members, just like trying to get reads on all of them, showing like a bit of concern based on previous events, but also not trying to show over concern as she makes her way into the cairn.
And finally, stakes her claim. The pack mentor brings up the rear in her lupus form, circling around behind the pack before taking up a position by the Sept leadership, taking a seat, her eyes focused and narrowed on all of the pack members, taking them all in before looking to the leadership and letting out a small bark, acknowledging their presence.
Aspen stands at the front of the table, at the end of the table, waiting for everyone to take their seats and arrive. She's wearing a summer flowy dress, cut off at the knee, hiking boots that are folded down to the ankle, her hair half up, exposing her own braid, And she stands, waiting.
As everyone finds their seats and settles in, Eliza moves around the edge of the table, positioning torches and lighting them one by one, creating a circle. She also sticks incense into the base of each of the torches, lighting them, creating a scent and odor that is earthy but pleasant, taking out any of the toxins within the air, taking out any of the damp, wet, kind of humidity within the air. She then looks to Aspen, giving a pleasant smile and a nod before returning to the chair of the Rite Master.
Aspen smiles and looks to the group. I appreciate you all coming, and I appreciate even more, speaking for all of your elders, you taking on this mission. It won't be easy, but the help you give us is more than appreciated. We do, however, have business to attend to before we can set you all off to leave. She looks over to Deadbeat. Deadbeat, please stand.
I'll kind of look around for, like, kind of surprised, like, as I'll stand, I'll say out loud, "What did I do this time?"
Aspen will just smile. Deadbeat, you were marked with the Rite of Shame due to your dishonorable behavior amongst the Guru. I would like to know, do you believe that you've redeemed yourself in the eyes of your fellow Guru?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't think what I did was all that bad, but I mean, I did just go through a whole bunch of personal shit, and the smell seems to be gone, so I guess the spirits think that I'm good too. I mean, just kind of look around. That's good enough.
And what have you learned in your path of redemption?
Do we really have to do this? Does this have to be part of the whole process?
Aspen just stands silently, smiling in your direction.
Oh, God. Okay. What did I learn? I learned that I can't keep running away from things that pop up from the past. And that, I've done some fuck ups. And, I gotta fix some of them at least. Or at least try and fix some of them and maybe take a little bit of accountability.
Aspen will nod and look over to Ray. And to your peers, Ray and the rest of your pack, do you believe that Deadbeat has redeemed himself and gained his honor?
I will stand up and address everyone. From the time that we arrived till now, I have seen Deadbeat make great strides to better himself. And he has made progress, and he has improved. I think that, at least in my eyes, Deadbeat has redeemed himself to some extent. I believe that.
Good. And the rest of you, looking to the rest of the pack.
I mean, he's been less of a dick, so he's got that going for him.
I'd have to agree with my pack leader. I've seen quite a bit of improvement.
He's not the person he was when he got here. And if the spirits seem to agree that he has taken steps in redeeming himself, who are we to question that?
Aspen will turn and focus herself on Stakes and look to Lucas and Jester. Do you all believe that he's been redeemed? And please feel free to ask any questions that may sway your decision.
Jester, who is dressed in a long, flowing, basically like tropical floral dress with that's tied at the neck and sandals, will study Deadbeat for a moment. What we do in our personal lives reflects the most on who we are as people. So, if you have righted a wrong in your personal life that you may have done, then I think you're deserving of having your shame removed.
Silently kind of nod to that, not trying to push my luck by saying anything.
Lucas will lean forward, look at the table for a bit, and then look up at Deadbeat. If your shame is removed, what reason do you still have to be a part of this pack or Sept anymore?
Well, the first reason is that I didn't even think or know that I could just leave after I got the shame removed. So I didn't know that, but for real, the actual. I mean, I really don't got anywhere else to go, and to be honest, I mean, some of them may be kind of shitty and annoying, but they ain't all bad. I mean, some of them are pretty bearable for people I've met. You know, someone's got to protect some of them. I mean, see the muscle of half of them. But yeah, I mean, I'll stick around with them. I mean, if they're sticking here, then I'll stay here too. I mean, you know, guys are providing us with housing and a bunch of other stuff, so that's also pretty nice.
At this point, Stakes shifts out of her lupus form, taking her Hamid form, shaking out. She stretches and finally sits upright at her seat at the table. She gives a deadpan stare towards Deadbeat before looking over to Aspen and the other elders. I was the first one to find Bradley. I was the first one to give him his name of Deadbeat, because when I found him, that was what he was. I could have called him a great deal many more things. Coward, shitbag, worthless. But instead, he's proven himself to be none of those things. He's proven himself to be better than all of that. The last thing that was hanging over his head was being a deadbeat. He has faced that. I can say firsthand that his honor is restored. Whether he keeps it or not is up to him. Shame can be removed. She looks back towards Bradley. But it can always come back again. Remember that.
I promise I won't go kicking around any more houses, or at least any of our houses. But I appreciate that, Stakes.
As far as I'm concerned, you're no longer a deadbeat.
Aspen will look over to Charles. As someone who's trained these pups and know firsthand the growth that they've had, what say you?
When it comes to glory, it is undeniable. But I had always questioned his honor until one night. When faced with a very, very terrifying threat, a threat most others would have run from, he chose to stand by my side and face it head on. Someone he considered at times an enemy, at times a bully, at times a threat, at times competition. And now, I believe he considers me something to aspire to. And perhaps even a mentor. That is a long way to come from when he first got here. He still has a very, very long way to go. But I would fight beside him again. I would let him have my back. And that is not something I say lightly.
Aspen will nod to Charles. Deadbeat seems your fellow guru believe in your redemption. And that leaves us with, and she'll look over to Eliza. Eliza, as our elder, of the elders and your wisdom in the spirits. What say you, and what say the spirits, more importantly?
Many have come before me before that have bared the Rite of Shame. Whether it be shame against their wisdom, shame against their glory, or in this case, shame against their honor. Now this one, Bradley, no longer bears the stench of shame. And in that, the spirits seem to have forgiven him. However, there's only one who can truly say for sure. So, let's ask him, shall we? And with that, she closes her eyes and takes a deep breath in. And she lowers her head. And then after a moment, she kind of starts to twitch a little bit. And as she looks up, her lip is slightly curled, her brow slightly furrowed. Hey, kid. I knew you could do it.
Yeah, good for you to show up to my. I it feels like a mix of like compliments and roasting. To be honest, I feel like half of these were just insults, but you know.
Oh, if this were a roast, you'd know it. So what do you think? You got the guts to follow through with what you said?
I mean, I got to do my best. At least for him, you know, for little bro.
Eliza, or Rat inside of Eliza, leans forward, staring very intently at you. You gotta do better than that. But as far as I'm concerned, we're good. With that, her eyes close and her head drops, and she takes a deep inhale in. Well, you heard him. Spirits are appeased.
Thank you, Eliza. It seems that your honor is restored. And as leader of the Sept of the Evening Star, so it shall be. And she'll turn to her seat, grab a small dagger, and hand it to Jester. With your honor restored, I believe it's time to take away the symbol of your shame. And with that, bring a new era, one where Deadbeat is no longer.
I will take the knife from Aspen and wave Deadbeat. Please step forward.
Little, I know probably for the hair, but just still a little startled, you know, scary. Just woman holding a dagger right in front of me, telling me to step forward. So, but I'll step on over.
I'll hold the braid in one hand, and as I'm cutting it, Yes, dead meat no longer suits you. As tale singer of the Sept of the Evening Star, I name you Forged from Failure, for you have become strong in learning from your past mistakes.
As she slices the braid with the removal of the hair from your scalp, you feel a weight lift from your shoulders simultaneously. There's a pinch, definitely, because that tug, that pull against your scalp hurts without a doubt. But as soon as it's severed, as soon as it's separated, the relief that follows after, almost similar to that stench being removed, is temporarily euphoric. It almost sends shivers and tingles across your scalp and then down your body. Forged from failure. That stings a little bit, having a name that still associates with failure, but it's from failure. No longer failure. That'll take some getting used to, but forged, that's kind of badass.
I'll kind of like rub that spot a little bit. I actually have a little bit of smile on my face as I'll say, okay, not gonna lie, I didn't expect to break my shame before Delphine. I mean, who'd have seen this coming, huh?
As you say that, the stench emanating off of Delphine dissipates. Eliza, with a small chuckle, looks towards Aspen. I believe we have some more business to attend to before we move on, my dear leader, as one more has been forgiven this evening.
Aspen will look over to Eliza, surprised. Wonderful. And then whisper over to Eliza, so we're doing this all over again.
The work's never done, my dear.
Perfect. Delphine, please rise.
Delphine will slowly just get up and nod to Aspen.
Do you believe that you've been redeemed?
In this matter, yes.
And your pack looks over to Ray.
From the situation that happened in Hell and both of them incurring the wrath of the shame, I think that it is fitting that if Forged in Failure is redeemed, then Delphine is also redeemed in the matter.
Wait, hold on. I have questions. Hold on. So you're telling me that I got redeemed and Delphine gets to like coast on my redemption? Like, hold on. I'm confused here. What did you do? I had to like go through a whole like personal mission life thing.
At this point, Eliza will speak up. Do you know what she's been through Have you been by her side this entire time?
No, but that's why I'm asking. I'm just like, it just literally ended now. Like my thing ended when I did my like whole thing. Just
Did you go through it all alone?
I mean, no, I had like technically like support of other people, but I'm just
Other
I don't-
people, including who?
Delphine, Rory.
Curious that.
mm, Just kind of just like look away for a second, kind of shake my head for looking back, and just saying, oh, and for the whole redemption thing, I think Delphine's pretty cool. Delphine, I don't know, not I haven't been doing any shady shit, so that's pretty good. So yeah, I think Delphine's all good.
And the rest agree.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, she hasn't been doing anything crazy or anything like that, so sure.
Aspen will look over to Delphine. And what have you learned in your path to redemption?
I learned that I'm looked to help guide my pack, and if I don't do my job well, I could guide them to poor decisions, like I did with Deadbeat. So I learned that I have to help them and to support them.
And what say our elders?
Delphine. You say you're a guide for your pack. As a Thurge, I agree. That is what your job is. But every guide has to know where they're going. So where do you intend to guide them?
Wherever Gaia leads us.
And when you don't know where she is leading you,
She thinks for a moment. I guess if I don't know where Gaia is leading us, then I can only hope that I'm wise enough to make the right decision.
Stakes looks over towards Delphine. She just stares for a long, long moment. Doing the honorable thing doesn't always mean doing the easy thing. It also means, and her eyes slowly drift towards Juniper, that you sometimes don't get revenge. Then she looks back towards Delphine. And you have to be okay with that. But you have to face it head on. Skulking behind the scenes, manipulating, is the wrong way to go. Do the honorable thing. She sits back down. At this
Glance
point,
among the group.
go ahead.
I'll scan the group, my eyes lingering on Juniper and then focusing on Delphine. Delphine has, from very early on, put in effort to becoming a part of the Sept, and I feel that and the wisdom she has gained and the support she has provided to her pack does remove her shame.
Seconded.
Artie stands up. I concur. I don't believe you carry a shame against honor anymore because you have shown empathy and you continue to show empathy. And that is an honorable thing to do. Don't lose that quality. It's an important quality as a guru. It's an important quality as a theurge. Everybody hurts. But together, we can all heal. Do you want to be the healer? Or do you want to cause more hurt? I think in your heart, you want to help fix the world, not burn it all down. And I think you're on the right path to that. She has my support, he says, looking towards Aspen.
Aspen nods, smiles, turns to Charles.
Delphine. Your old Sept didn't believe in you, didn't know your value. When you were given precious knowledge, secrets, when you went to inform the leadership of that knowledge, they outcast you, mocked you, shamed you. when given similar knowledge, you used it to help your fellow Guru. And you continue to. I decided to test you to see if you would use what I told you to harm your fellow Guru. You did not. Instead, you've done nothing but try to make them better. To try to lead them forward. To try to bring them into the fold. And I believe in small steps, you have been succeeding. But I believe challenges still remain. And I believe your greatest test stands in front of you in the days to come. Yes, your honor is restored in my eyes. But your life and the life of your pack hangs in the balance in these next few days. It's up to you, as much as it is up to the others, to accomplish the mission ahead of you. And to not let your personal vendettas, your shame from the past, to cause you to fail. You have my support.
And lastly, Eliza, what say you and the spirits?
My dear Delphine Ruinspeaker, much like our dear Sept leader, you bear that name with pride. As you should. Ruin is not something to be feared, it is something to be combated. And I believe you have done so, as we all should. To speak of the threats that we face openly takes a great deal of courage. Yes, the wolf is at the gates. It prowls, it hunts. It comes for us all. And if we're not careful, it will pounce. You have been warning us from the very beginning. You have warned us of our own ruin should we slip up. You know your greatest challenge that you need to overcome. It's not about honor. It's not about glory. No, your greatest challenge is about wisdom. And while you have not been shamed for it yet, be aware that it could be on the horizon if it becomes much more of a problem to you. But in my eyes, and in the eyes of the spirits, your honor is restored. For the weight that drags us down, if aided properly, can be the buoy that brings us back to the surface. And as a theurge, you have done so. However, just as before, there's only one who can tell us for certain. She closes her eyes and lowers her head again. And after a moment, instead of twitching, she shakes. And as she raises her head slowly, her eyes open very wide, and her head turns from one side to the other in a very slow motion before focusing on Delphine. Do you remember what I asked you the first time we met?
Who? Who am I?
Well,
The answer is the same. Delphine Ruinspeaker. Silent Strider. The Urge.
you've said it with more confidence this time. Now I believe you. And with that, she shakes again, her eyes closing. And Eliza looks over towards Aspen. The spirits agree.
Then Delphine, the guru, and the spirits believe you to be redeemed and your honor restored. We'll look over to Jester.
I will motion Delphine forward.
Delphine will walk forward and take her hair out of the ponytail.
I will hold the braid in my hand and gently cut it. Good job.
Delphine, as the braid is severed, a different sensation happens for you. Roll me a wits and awareness.
Okay. Four successes.
Off in the very, very distant woods, you hear a pained yelp from a wolf. As Fenris gets struck.
My head snaps towards where I heard it, and then I look over to Eliza.
Eliza smiles.
He's too close for comfort.
He's outside the border. You just heard it clearly because you needed to.
Delphine will nod and look at the braid that Jester probably still has in her hand, and holds out her hand. Could I keep it?
Yeah, I'll hand it to her.
She'll take the braid and just wrap it around her wrist, tie it off.
Well, good. It seems officially you are no longer shamed. Now, all of the formal hullabaloo is out of the way. Now we can speak about the mission.
Is there anything new or anything else you've dug up since we last talked about it?
Actually, yes, Artie says, stepping forward. I've been doing some research on the mines around the area. I have some printouts that I want to supply you with. There's actually a small town near the mine. It's believed that this is where most of the miners live, as well as many of the administrators of the mine live in that particular town. This may be your best point to set up access. Where you're going to be coming from, Hell, is several hours south. You will be coming from the lower peninsula, Michigan. This is in the upper peninsula. So it's going to be quite a journey from where you're located. Now, from what I can tell, there is another Sept up in Wisconsin. I don't know what the relations between that Sept and Hell are, but it's possible, and you'll have to talk to the leadership in Hell about this, that if they have a moon bridge, you could access the mines easier if you travel by Moonbridge to the Wisconsin Sept. You may also be able to get reinforcements from that Sept to take to the mines to help you if you need to take a physical assault on the mines. Now, there are several companies involved with the mines. I could not find the links between them. I could not trace their chain. I couldn't find any direct connections to Pentex. That doesn't mean they aren't. Pentex is very good at hiding their connections. But I would just say keep your eyes and ears open, or do some more research, find out what knowledge Hell has about this, but I wasn't able to make the connections. But I have lots of information, demographics, land surveys, everything I could find about the mines I've got here. But this is all internet research. A lot of other stuff about the mines you're going to have to get in person while you're up there because they're going to have physical documentation I wasn't able to get online.
That's fair, but all this research that you did definitely will help. It saves us the time from doing it up there or on our travels. So I appreciate it.
Will you guys pay for our housing? Like hotels?
I think if Hell doesn't accommodate you, I'm sure we can set something up.
But also just sleep in the woods, Deadbeat. We've done it before.
Man, I've gotten used to sleeping on a mattress. I don't want to sleep in the forest if I don't have to.
Also consider a paper trail isn't a good thing. So having, hotel rooms and everything is something that they can trace. If it is a Pentex organization, they will be able to link back to us and you.
What a bunch of fucking tryhards. Well, I find like those cheap, weird motel where people die at then. They only take cash.
I'll just sleep in the truck or my car. Done it before.
Stakes has a lot of dens out there too, so I doubt any other wolves have moved into them.
this point, Stakes speaks up. I know the area. It's where I was born.
Do you like remember it well? I mean, how long ago was that actually? With that,
She holds up 6 fingers. This many years ago.
oh, was it like? Do you remember it well? Like, was it like scary or hostile, or whatever?
I wasn't exactly in the mines, but I was in the woods nearby, the preserve nearby. I know it fairly well.
Still, if there's been activity, geological stuff going on the past 6 years continuously, some of that might have changed.
I'll still have a better idea than most.
It at least lays us a groundwork to work with when we get there.
Wait, does this mean also we'll have to, like, I know Banes usually are bad, like, spirits. Is there going to be, like, a spirit of mining, or is there going to be a Bane of mining? Like, there's going to be a bad thing that causes evil spirits, or... I assume so, right? I mean, I don't know. They're tearing up the earth and shit.
Yes, actually, Eliza says, speaking up, there is a possibility you will contend with banes of pollution, and you will see some very terrible things. And she looks towards Delphine, especially if you look to the other side. They are literally carving into the flesh of Gaia and tearing into her body. So be very, very prepared if you look to the other side, especially near the mines themselves, as they are very old and they have been working for a very long time. It is going to be quite a sight to behold.
Are there any rites you would recommend?
I can come up with a list.
I could try and study them on the way up.
Is this iron or whatever that we have to get? Is the only way to get it from mining?
Aspen will clear her throat. Well, that's the easiest way. Well, not the easiest way. There is no easy way, if I'm being completely honest. But it is the most abundant way where we can get the most, I guess, bang for our buck, if that's how you want to say it. But we've been working on other things as well. And she'll nudge over to Lucas. Lucas has been looking into flea markets and things of that nature to try and find things that may have some purity of iron.
You're going to need to collect some magnets. Pure iron is exceptionally ferrous, so the better it sticks to the magnet, the more pure the iron. For those of you that don't know what ferrous means.
So, wait, if we're gonna be mining, so mining it makes evil Bane spirits, and it's a bad thing. So we're gonna mine up iron. Wouldn't that just cause more? Isn't that just doing more evil, or making more evil spirits, or are we doing it like a mining a different way, like good mining?
That's
The
what
intent.
that's what I was going to be asking as well. Because it's just tearing into the flesh of Gaia. I don't know if this is a good idea.
The ironing has been taking place. There is excess iron around the facility, but eventually I would hope to stop the mine as a whole, but we have more pressing matters, and we can only help Gaia where we can help Gaia. Right now, we are working on the plant situation because the potential for that to expand across, well, the country and the world is not completely out of the realm of possibilities. We need to take care of that before we can move our thought processes and our fight elsewhere. So that's what is most important right now. Maybe potentially the Sept in Hell has more information of what has been going on there, or Jester to Artie, the Cairn in Wisconsin, they may have more information. Maybe there's a step in a direction to help fix that in the future. But as of right now, the iron is what we need to help the people and Gaia.
Recently, someone, and she looks at Artie, told me that there's no such thing as ethical consumerism. Sometimes we have to balance what is the worst evil. We're not good guys here either. Sometimes we have to make a bad call to make a better call.
So it's already being ripped out of her flesh. Might as well use it for a good cause. Is that what I'm hearing?
Be
Kind of, yeah.
careful. Be careful where you stand in your polyblend fabrics, Juniper.
I'll glance at Lucas and then... There are no good options that we have. I'm going to be honest, this is the best one. Even trying to source through antiquing, we're not getting enough. Look, I know you guys don't like lectures, so consider this an appeal or a request. A lot of people, animals, are getting infected, and it's increasing. And we've been able to save one person with what we've come up with the amount of iron we had. It will just continue to grow, and there's no recovery from this unless something is directly done. I know several of you have conflicts and emotional grievances with the pack in Michigan. I'm just asking that you really think and consider like what this is for.
So I know the overarching goal is to get as much iron as we can, but when we go to the mine, that is the goal, not to disrupt the mine, not to do any damage. Maybe we can, but it's just to get as much iron as we can from that facility and get out.
Realistically, long term, it would be smarter to try to put someone in charge.
Ray, you are correct. It is to bring back iron. That is the goal. We don't know enough information about what is happening in the mines to accurately make a difference where we're not harming innocents, to just blindly go and attack or try to infiltrate an area thinking that it's what's best without having all of the information. Innocent people get hurt more often than not.
In an ideal scenario, Artie says, you're able to get a good stockpile of mine that has already been, or iron that has already been mined, so that you don't have to do any damage yourselves. It's already been done. You're just taking what's already been pulled up, and you bring it back with you. That's the ideal scenario. Further beyond that, Delphine is correct. If you can have somebody there who is continuously able to access what is already being pulled up so that we can continue to have a trade agreement, because we don't know how much iron we're going to need. And if the infection has already spread to Michigan, they're going to want iron as well. So assuming that you are able to find any iron up there, Michigan is probably going to want to keep some of the iron you do find. So you're not going to be able to take all of it back with you. They're going to want to keep a portion of it for their efforts. So in the ideal scenario, you're able to get some control over the mine. You're able to get a good stockpile of the iron to bring back with you. But we don't know how much you're going to be able to get on hand. We want to broker a trade agreement so that iron can continue to be shipped down here in exchange for whatever information we're able to dig up, whatever cures and solutions we're able to find, to give back in turn to them so that they can use iron to cure whatever infection is spreading up there, so that we can cut this problem off on both fronts. That is, in my mind, the ideal solution. And he looks towards Aspen. Am I right on that?
Absolutely. And also, on top of all of that, don't be reckless. Doing anything to agitate people at the mines would be reckless in this scenario and cause more problems than solutions. So
use our words potentially before our claws and teeth.
yes, and also with facilitating this trade between the Sept and Hell, they can also use their words, and they can get us what we need, and we can get them what they need, and hopefully all of that goes well.
Basically just two militant forces from different countries trying to get the same resource that we can share.
Charles clears his throat. From a diplomatic perspective, we have to remember this is their territory as well. We are asking a great deal from them. To try and take any ownership over this, to try and demand anything from them, is to incite possible diplomatic problems. They are still part of the old nation, like it or not. And we are not considered favorable amongst the old nation, not entirely, though. He gives a nod towards Artie. We are making inroads. This is a diplomatic endeavor as well. And anything to possibly give us a bad name would be best avoided.
Sounds like a lot of work for you guys.
Nope, pretty sure that includes you too, Forge.
Well, I mean, I'm not like the greatest at all the talking shit. Y'all are better at that than I am. That's what I'm rude. I'm the fighter, so not a lot of fighting.
Actions speak louder than words, Forge.
Hey, Artie. Do you have the stock options for that company that owns the mines?
There are a few different companies that work in that mine. Since it's one of the larger mines in the country, it's not one company. It's actually several companies that operate out of that mine. It's a shared resource. So there are a few that have stock options, but there are some that are not publicly traded.
Still, that would be an avenue to explore.
It's in the packet.
This might be a reach, but in any of your research, were you able to identify any parts of the mine that have been abandoned or have been left to pursue other more rich veins that we can try to focus on first?
There are a few points that they have closed that they believed that were already completed. So there are a few access points that I have marked out on the map that could be places that you could enter from. Although the best course of action would be to dig a tunnel of your own, since they have a primary access point. You would have to go in through the main front gates to get to those access points. You would want to come in through another side, which means you'd have to dig your own tunnel to get there, which is not impossible, but the best way to do so would be with heavy equipment, and you would have to find a way to get such equipment. Again, not impossible, but it is a possibility, and I've marked out the avenues for that.
Understood.
Wait, can't we just ask the Earth where iron is? I mean, if they're spirit of Earth and rock, right? Can't we just ask him, hey, where's your iron, homie?
they'll want something in return, but yeah, you could technically ask the spirits for help.
Well, what would Earth even want? Like water, some grass?
Depends what at the time when you ask it.
Well, also considering that they have been ravaged for decades now, they may want you to rid them of what has been plundering them for quite some time, which could be problematic to your pursuits.
And a lot of nourishment, probably.
Don't forget, not all spirits are necessarily on board with what we're planning and what we're trying to do. Yes, they are part of Gaia, but they also have their own motivations and their own desires.
I'm glad I'm not a seer. Spirits are whack. I'm just gonna shake my head.
Not wrong about that.
She just shakes her head at Forge.
Also, as I said before, we'll be available if you need us at any point during this trip, this liaison trip. Also, you're with us. If there's any questions you have now, anything you want to know, we're open to give whatever you need.
So, like, if we need to do anything, like, can we just, like, invoke your guys' name? Like, we're doing this with the other Sept, or we're from the other Sept. Like, do we got any, like, diplomatic rights?
You know the litany. You're to follow the litany. It is you going there as ambassadors for us. So, of course, using our Sept is more than acceptable. Just do it correctly. You've learned from Charles. You know how diplomacy and being cordial works. So just make sure you think about your lessons. No walking in and asking to challenge. You know, maybe don't do that one.
If I do the challenge right, though, isn't it that I just can't challenge the leader, right?
Correct.
But also
little-
challenging someone just right as you get there probably won't be the smartest idea, Forge.
Sean deserved it, though. Fuck.
Respecting
he's the
another's
leader.
territory. Absolutely.
Don't also forget that they are elders for a reason. They are still older than you. Yes, you've been here a few months. Yes, you've learned a great deal. Yes, you've been studying at the feet of Charles, who is probably one of the scariest guru I've ever met, Artie says. But Charles isn't with you. You are on your own. He is not going to be there to get you out of a jam. And you going up against an elder guru, when you make the challenge, he looks at Deadbeat or Forge, they dictate the terms.
So maybe just let.
And they know what you can do, or at least they have a pretty good idea what you're capable of. Just like you, as far as I heard, and he looks towards Aspen, made an ass of yourself by challenging our leader.
Maybe just let Ray do the diplomacy with them.
He was the favorite.
Not wrong.
Don't disclude Rory.
Well, okay, come on now.
Rory
Hold on a
just kind
second.
of like laughs a little bit under her breath. Ray was the favorite. I wasn't much better than the others.
You were like a forgotten middle child, and that was the problematic, more youngest, towards the youngest.
Rory and the Philodox butted heads a bit.
I mean, you're not wrong. when we were up there, I was favorited a bit, but I think out of everyone, I think Rory's going to be a lot of help in talking and stuff. I may know how to weave my words diplomatically, but I'm still not as charismatic as her.
Hey. Artie speaks up, looking over towards Lucas with a grin. Ragabash are very good at changing people's minds. And then he looks towards Juniper. Don't forget what our moons are good at.
I just kind of shrug and look over at my pack. I mean, sometimes I've got good point.
I mean, that was mainly with Stakes, though. The Stakes is with us now. I mean, you guys were like, hip to hip, inseparable, which I haven't really seen you guys together often lately. I mean, it's kind of weird.
I just glare.
What did I do this time?
Just
Touched a
because
nerve.
the point that you make, depending on the situation, the time, may not be the correct point, you still open up a conversation or a glimpse into another path, or a different conversation opens up. It may not be right at the time, but you lead that way. You've done it many times with us. So if you ask a question or bring up a topic or interject at the correct time, it could and will help us.
Yeah. Except when people aren't ready to look an elephant in the face. And I'll look over at Delphine.
Stakes stares at her nails as she's kind of picking at her nails. Best thing you can do is throw them off balance by showing them that you've changed. When you get up there, they're going to expect the same assholes that left. They're going to expect Delphine to be shouting about Fenris, acting all crazy. They're going to expect Deadbeat to try and steal shit and make an ass of himself. They're going to expect Ray to be a kiss ass. They're going to expect Juniper to be a morose little pup. And they're going to expect Rory to be a wallflower who picks pockets. If you're not that, you've grown a pair. You have confidence and discipline. And you act like you're happy to be there. They won't know what to do. So maybe, just maybe, prove them wrong. Or prove them right and give them the upper hand. You can come back here with your tail between your legs and nothing to show for it.
Well, definitely not letting that happen. Look, I'll let a lot of things slide, but I won't let them win over us. So you at least can know we'll come back with something for damn sure. Just, how it might happen, a little wobbly sometimes.
Hey, good energy. Keep that mentality.
I look like I'm about to say something, and I stop myself, and I'll just nod to it.
I mean, we could all go in holding hands and laughing.
Okay, I'll do that if I get to choose whose hands I hold.
Mine, obviously. That'll throw them off.
Also, I think that might be pushing the narrative a little too much. Instead of benefiting us, we'll be over accounting in that regard, and then it will be an obvious play on our part.
Nah, the looks on their faces would be worth it.
It would be really funny. So, essentially, if I'm getting this right, it's not a go up there, beat ass mission to clear the mines. We're going up there to talk things out with the Sept there, and then the Sept up north of the mines. Then we got to figure out who owns it, and get the iron without murdering everyone and making everything go to hell or pissing off the other Sept. Then bringing it back down, or at least potentially leaving someone there to give us more iron.
Going up to help.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Forge.
Artie, were any of those companies, were any of them slightly smaller and possibly looking for anyone to hire?
Actually, yes. There are a couple of job listings. They're mostly entry-level positions, but yes, they don't pay well.
It's not the pay that I'm after.
Again, it's in the packet.
That might be an avenue we could go down as well. It'd be an easy way to investigate.
You guys got that.
There's a slight problem I can see with, because it was mentioned earlier, leaving a paper trail. That potentially leaves an even greater paper trail. Sure, we could use, a made-up identity, forged documents, but that still puts us there. And then when we're done and we're finished and we all leave, when they deduce that something may have happened, this person that we just hired like 2 weeks ago is going to be the first suspect.
Delphine's thumbing through the packet. She'll just pipe up. We have a lot of options here, but we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves and see what they'll want to do up north, because ultimately they're the ones that are going to want to be in control of this.
It's also a good possibility to suggest to them, in case they want to put one of their people in those positions, since they're the ones who are going to stay there. Plus, one of you could start there and then swap out with one of them who takes over the identity and continues to work the job. Mines like that usually hire a lot of employees. It's very unlikely they're going to recognize the faces if one person comes in one day and another person comes in the next.
Plus, if we do this right, we could also just maximize diplomatic relations with the Wisconsin Sept too. Get them sort of in our good graces and looking upon us favorably.
It is one I didn't get to visit when I was out doing the emissary trips. I only learned about them on the research, so it would be good to get some inroads there.
How did you handle those visits, Artie? Like, what was the
Procedure?
breakdown? Yeah, the procedure.
Well, I show up, I introduce myself, I, offer my services while I'm in town. Usually I ask to meet with leadership, ask to set up relations, see what they're in need of and what we can do, what services we can provide, ask what problems they're dealing with in their area, because everyone's got problems. Everyone's dealing with some sort of issue. And then I offer my skills. What am I good at? What are they lacking in? Now, I did have a particular set of skills that a lot of these septs were in need of, but everybody needs something, even if it's just as simple as tooth and claw. You can't ever have an excess of manpower when it comes to operations, but they all need something. A good theurge, a sneaky ragabash, a a great galliard. They want to hear our stories. So telling stories around the fire. They want to know what's going on. News from across the country is helpful. While we do have a great deal of technology, you got to understand the silver record's not exactly on the internet. A lot of our stories are still passed on orally. So go in, be polite, but be confident. You are still Guru. You still have pride. You do still represent something. And they'll give you respect if you are deserving of respect, if you kind of command respect, but don't demand respect. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Don't go in with your tail between your legs, because that's showing that you are submissive. They can pick up on that from a mile away. You have earned your place. You have a great deal of renown. You can speak of your deeds. You can speak of the things you've accomplished. But you also have to recognize the things they've accomplished. Listen to their stories. Hear of the deeds they've done. And acknowledge those things. Learn of what they're going through. Learn of their struggles. Offer aid when you can. Tell them of our struggles and be transparent. Be honest. Share information. You can try to hide your cards, but good Guru can sniff them out. Don't forget, we're all on the same team. Yes, the nation has started to fall apart, but we're all fighting for Gaia. Our intentions are all the same, even if our motivations are different.
So, this is a question more for Aspen and for Artie. If we can potentially get Moonbridge connection to either one of these Septs, should we try to strive for it?
Absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
In fact, I will provide stones from our cairn to you. If they have Moonbridge capabilities, they should be able to know what to do with them. They won't be able to be activated until we get a stone in turn from their cairn. So even if they steal the stone, even if you lose the stone, it won't matter. Nothing can be done with it. So don't worry. I mean, obviously don't lose them. We only have so many, and it takes a great deal of work on my part to make them. But I'll give you some to take with you. And you'll need to get one in turn from their gatekeeper. But if you get one, then I can make contact with them and we can establish our gates at the same time. And then from then on out, we'll be able to travel almost instantaneously between cairns, which means quick travel between here and potentially Wisconsin or Michigan, although I know you are a little bit hesitant about that. But hey, if we get good relations with them, the transport of iron would be a lot easier if we didn't have to drive it in a truck.
Seems like we've got a plan then.
Yeah, I got no other questions about this. I only got one other question about something else, but I'll wait till like everything's done here and then I'll ask it.
You can ask your question.
All right, Delphine, what did you do actually to clear your shame? Now, real talk, real talk. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours.
I said it. I guided. Eliza pretty much told you what I did.
Wait, hold on. So yours. Wait, so yours, you're telling me your redemption thingy, because you said you knew it already.
Was to help you.
I just silently stare for a moment. Got my fists balling up. And then I'll just kind of let out a small laugh. Yeah. Yeah, I should have expected that. Whatever. And I kind of just turn back, kind of almost slink down in my chair.
Right. So, uh, if we fail for whatever reason here, is everything just absolutely fucked? Is there no backup plan? No nothing?
We have options. We have the mine in Michigan. We have looking more into antiquing and things of that nature. We've got potential deals with others. There's other things we can do. Absolutely. There's other ways of getting it. It just, this one is one that I think has a good chance of coming back with something.
I'm also researching rites that could potentially be helpful. Currently, I have a rite that could help purge the infection from Guru. It's too strenuous for any humans to undergo, but I believe that it could help any Guru that are infected. Now, working on one that could be capable to cure humans will be a little bit more difficult, but I haven't stopped researching.
If I could get a copy of those notes, maybe a Theurge, even in the Wisconsin Sept and the Hell Sept, could look them over and give some insight or
Well, certainly.
second opinions.
Also, Lucas, with your affinity for making things kind of disappear, do you have any advice as to how they can stop that paper trail and make sure that they're not potentially harming themselves or bringing something back to us?
Lucas will look at each one of them. Low tech, low trail. These are great ideas you guys have tossed out. I'm going to give merit where merit's due. They are. Getting people on the inside, the stock option and buying out. It's not a terrible idea, but there's a reason why people like us were born the way we were. You have the spirits on your side. You can turn into wolves. You have gifts. And more importantly, you have each other. That is one of the most dangerous formulas on this planet. It's the reason why Gaia made us. All that other stuff makes for great backup plans, but use what you have immediately inside of you and with each other. Because there's no paper trail for that. Now, yeah, we have other plans. We have other options, but Aspen is trusting you guys with our best option. And that's a lot, and there's a reason we're giving it to you. Okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Rory will just kind of sit there looking at the elders and before leaning back in her chair and just nodding quietly.
I'll nod as well.
Go ahead.
Is there anything else you wish to ask? It doesn't have to be official. It doesn't have to be about the mission. We are not going to see each other for a while. So if there's anything you need to get off your chest, any questions you need to ask us, any sage advice that we obviously have, she smirks. Feel free.
Could we potentially up our budget after this? If we do good enough?
Or you
No.
can get a job.
I don't even look at you or acknowledge what you said. I just keep staring ahead.
No. I think you guys have gotten to the point where you can now establish yourselves as respectable people within Tampa. And I think it's about time to do that. And I think that's a good thing. And I think the budget stays where it is.
Lucas will look over at Jester and then look back at them, or he'll look at Aspen. If you're looking for less reputable work, but still work, come see either me or Jester, and we'll talk. It's not a promise. It's a conversation.
Just look over at Jester as Lucas says that and give her like a quizzical look like, what the fuck are you in on?
Jester will just shrug.
That's good to know, but I don't have any more questions.
Neither do I.
That's it from me.
Well, good. I won't keep you. I'm sure you have lots of packing and things of that nature to do.
Well, hang on a minute, Eliza says, kind of sensing the overall mood. This isn't a somber note to leave on. It's time for a celebration. 2 of our number have been relieved of their shame, have redeemed themselves. And, she looks towards Forge, have learned their purpose. And that's an important thing to consider. So we should celebrate that. And yes, you are going on a mission you may not be looking forward to. And you're going to have many missions you're not looking forward to. But the energy you take into those missions is going to dictate the outcome. So if you go into a mission with dismay, you are going to attract energies of dismay, veins of dismay. So let's celebrate. Let's enjoy. Our dear Charles has created quite a feast for us here tonight. Let's have music. Let's have merriment. Let's celebrate the accomplishments, the restoring renown of your pack. Let's enjoy this evening, as it is the last time we will see each other for quite some time. And let's send you on your way with a lightness of heart and a joy in your being. We as Guru rarely get times to celebrate. So when we get them, we must make the most of them. That is what Gaia would want.
Leather, you know just exactly what to say. You know, I'm all for this. Do they have Bucardi? Let's make this a real party.
If we're going to celebrate, may I perform a rite that I've been learning?
Please.
And Rory will grab her instrument, her dobro, and she'll get ready to perform the rite of celebration.
So as Rory strikes up the music, as Charles serves up platters of carne asada tacos and chicken tacos, as tequila is served, as the pack starts to relax, although there is still a underlying tension, the celebration does take hold. Give me the results of that roll when you're ready, Rory.
I rolled 4 successes.
All right, remind everyone what the rite of celebration does.
The rite of celebration is only performed after the pack has achieved a victory, it can be attempted only once per story to allow the pack to restore 1 willpower above the norm. The Rite Master decides how many levels of willpower, blah, blah, blah. And the Guru must acknowledge small victories, even if the greater war might already be lost. The Rite is an orchestrated festivity managed by the Rite Master in a way not to... sorry, my thing moved. To degenerate into a rowdy Buark or a violent rampage, and to take its time recognizing every member of the pack and the spirits from whom they receive aid.
All right. Because of the incredible accomplishment that 2 of the pack members achieved, the pack may all start with an additional willpower for the entire Hell arc. So everyone gains an additional willpower above their max for the entire time you are in Hell. So as the pack celebrates, we will now go to our break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. See you shortly.
St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaborations with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations US, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Devlin the Bard, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our program, you can do so at ko-fi.com/stpetebynight to help keep the stories rolling.
Welcome back. In the first half, we saw the Sept gather together to say goodbye to the Hellhounds as they're sent off to Hell, Michigan, to establish a trade for the iron that's so desperately needed to combat the threat from Pentex coming out of Piney Point. They also got to see the removal of shame from both Forge and Delphine. Now, in the second half, we begin with Raymond, who is out on patrol with Stakes, accomplishing one of the final duties asked of the pack before they head out on the trip to Michigan. Our scene begins along the Hillsborough River as the 2 Guru move along the river, picking up trash, attending to duties one last time before their journey.
As we're walking, picking up trash, stabbing maybe a can beneath a bush and a wrapper along the trail. After the silence goes on for a little bit between me and Stakes, I will kind of stop and stab my stick in the ground. How are you feeling about going back? I kind of wanted to get your opinion on what you think some of the biggest issues we may face up there. Not just on the mission, but just being up there itself.
Stakes takes a deep breath, stops to look out at the river before turning towards Raymond. Where should I start? Everyone has grown a lot being down here. But I know that all of that could be undone once faced with what they left behind up there. And I want to believe that they've become stronger. I want to believe they've become better. But I know the damage that was done. I know what it's like to have been abused. And to be honest, I include myself in all of that. That's my pack up there. And I saw what was happening to them. And I had to lead them. Protect you. Protect all of you. And while I would never make a different decision if I was given the opportunity, I don't know what I'm going back to. How much worse it will be. And the last time I encountered someone I cared about that had succumbed, I had to kill them. And now that's not an option. Nor is it something that can necessarily be avoided. Especially if they try to manipulate or harm any of you. And truthfully, Raymond, I'm also worried about you. I know the hold Red has had on you over the past. And while I believe you have found your own way since being apart from him, old habits die hard. And when we left, I believed he was his own man. But I don't know if he still will be when we go back. And we both have to be prepared to face that.
I'll take a moment to let that all kind of sink in. I'll look up and meet Stakes in the eye. I believe that the progress that we've made individually and as a pack, I believe it to be enough to withstand what happens up there. Even if there is a stumble, even if there is a slight step back, I think we are now together enough to pick each other up and move forward. I'm also worried about what's going to happen when we go up there. Like you said, we didn't leave hell in good terms in any stretch of the word. But I think we, as a pack, can persevere. And the decision that you made to come down here with us, I don't think that any of the progress that we've made could have been half accomplished if you weren't here with us, guiding us in some way. So I appreciate that. I know going up there is difficult for us, but it's going to be difficult for you. But just as we're going to support each other, we are going to support you, and you are going to support us.
She nods, but she also frowns. Part of me believes you. Part of me also believes I've done more harm than good being here, especially for Juniper.
In what way? You being down here with Juniper has allowed her to have a connection that none of us were able to establish when we moved down here. Without you as an anchor, Juniper would not have been able to take the steps. I don't know exactly what's going on between you two, or if anything has gone bad, but I don't think you being down here has caused as much harm as you think.
Was I a connection or was I a shield?
Sometimes in the moment, a shield is needed, but taking away that shield to make that connection is what is needed. So I think your statement is both wrong and truthful. I think both are true and both are false.
She contemplates that for a moment before giving a kind of crooked smile. You're going to be all right.
I hope so. But to your last statement about Red, he does mean a lot to me. He was my first mentor. He was the one that taught me a lot when I was up there. I believe that the man that's still up there is still the one that taught me, and is still the one that wanted us to succeed coming down here. He put trust in me to do that. And I want to believe that your fears that you have towards the pack and to up there and towards him, hopefully it's unfounded.
I would like to think so. I'm hoping that I am making a big deal out of nothing. But in case I'm not, I need you to make a promise to me.
What kind of promise?
If I tell you to leave, and I tell you to take everyone without me, you will, without hesitation, even if you have to drag them unconscious.
I'll cross my arms and look down, and I'll think for a moment. And then I'll look up, meeting her eyes again. I can promise that if it comes down to that moment where there is no other option, and with our backs against the wall, I will do my best to get everyone out of there safely. But I won't like it. And God forbid no one else is going to like it. But I trust you enough to understand that this is what you want.
She stares at you. Did you forget that I'm a Ragabash? I wouldn't ask if there were no other choice, but I need you to promise what I said, not use your clever Philodox words to get around it.
I'll let out a sigh. Internally, I don't want to agree to this because leaving her up there in a situation that I think that she's implying would basically mean leaving her for dead or forsaking her, and I don't think I can do that. I wouldn't want to do that, but I also wholeheartedly trust Stakes. So it's clashing. But finally, I promise that if you tell us to leave, I will get everyone out.
Without me.
Without you.
I'm going to hold you to that.
But if there is any other way, please let me try.
I wouldn't ask if there was. They're my pack, Raymond. I also have to try.
I can't argue or fault you for that.
But I also know a lost cause. And if it truly is lost, I know when to cut ties. You have to trust me that I'll know the difference.
I do.
That being said, there's another thing I have to tell you. You can't fight them. You can't let them fight them. What you know about them, what you know about Red and Aaron and Sean. There's so much more to them than you even know. They are very strong. If you try, you will lose. And even I won't be able to save you. I will fight beside you. I will die beside you. But we will die.
I had zero intentions of starting a fight or fighting them at all when we go up.
I'm not worried about you.
I know. I would have been worried about Forge, but I'm more worried about Delphine in the situation. And while we're up there, I know I am, but I think we all need to keep an extra eye out on her. Not just to stop her from her own actions, but to protect her.
You've never seen them fight because you haven't had to. I have. It is not something I would wish to be turned against me.
I'll try to make them understand. If it comes to that
But-
point where they think that they want to, I will make them understand.
I would rather we come back empty-handed than resort to trying to combat them.
I agree. Do you have any final concerns? Anything that you want to pass that might help us while we're up there, or help me?
Just don't lose sight of what we're doing this for. Don't lose sight of everything that you've worked on, everything that you've worked towards. It's easy to say that there are better ways or that they know best, but you have to trust yourself. You have learned that you know what needs to be done. You're a young guru, but you are an old soul. You are a soldier, and we are at war. What would a soldier do? Especially an officer.
I will take what she says and kind of ponder on that for a bit. But at the moment, I don't have a clear answer. Because I'm trying to move away from that part of me. But when push comes to shove, I'm sure it'll come flooding back and I will know what to do in the moment.
I believe you will. Just don't abandon that part of you. Don't try to forget that part of you, because it is part of you. Maybe a part you want to forget sometimes, just like there are parts of me I want to forget sometimes. But I wouldn't be me if I did.
I'm gonna pull the stick that I shoved in the ground up, and I will walk towards Stakes, and with my other hand, I will kind of clasp her shoulder with it. I understand, and thank you for the advice.
Very proud of you, Raymond. You have come a long way.
I'll just nod.
And the others, I know they're proud of you too. if they don't know how to say it.
I'll kind of chuckle at that. I hope that's true. I honestly do. But I don't know.
If they weren't, they wouldn't be here.
I'll just kind of look down and away a little bit, and I will lift my hand off her shoulder and kind of walk forward and start picking up trash again, because I have no response that I can think of for that.
As Stakes lets the silence hang, returns to picking up trash, what's going through your head after this conversation?
I haven't had time to talk to Stakes while we were down here, but with the current mission, the current situation, I needed to. She has that viewpoint and her past that makes this situation a little bit easier, so I needed to understand and know her perspective. And she gave it. The one thing I can trust Stakes to do is to give blunt and honest answers, which I really needed. And I hope that when we go up there, that the progress that she sees in us and the cohesiveness we have as a pack will allow us to accomplish this mission, and hopefully we won't lose ourselves again. Because I promised to keep everyone together and to keep everyone alive, and I think this moment is going to be the hardest to keep that promise.
Sometimes being blunt and honest is the best thing you can possibly be. But sometimes it can be the most difficult thing to do. Kind of relevant to our next scene, as three Guru gather once again in a bedroom with a secret hanging heavily in the air between them. Will there be blunt honesty, or will there be subtle manipulation? We transition now. As the pack prepares to leave for Michigan, three Guru find themselves in the bedroom that they share. They're preparing for bed, but they're also packing to leave, getting what belongings they need, not knowing how long they'll be gone, folding up their clothes, preparing their belongings, having time to talk, or maybe not. What will they talk about? What will they say? Will they address the elephant in the room? Or will it sit there quietly judging them? The scene is yours.
Rory's just kind of going about the room, like just double and triple checking like her bag, making sure she has everything packed, like clothes that are appropriate for up there, her new crossbow that she got from the training, and like other little things like snacks, all that fun stuff that's usually like put in your car for a road trip and just kind of humming along to a tune, just going about.
Juniper's bag is already packed and everything is organized and ready to go. And she is just sitting on the edge of her bed, sharpening her axe.
Delphine would just be finishing up packing just a backpack with just a few articles of clothing. She's purposely packing light because she does she at the very least does not intend to be up there longer than they absolutely have to. And she's just making sure everything in her section of the room is just put away and organized.
Noticing the like atmosphere that has been set in the room, she'll just kind of look at the two of them and plop on the floor. So, anything you two want to talk about? I'm not going to bed anytime soon. Might as well check in because we haven't talked in a bit.
I'll look down at Rory and take a break and put the sheath back on my axe. I mean, I don't know. I've just been chilling out, I guess. I don't really have anything to talk about. Do you?
Nothing more than the usual. And then she'll look to Delphine. What about you?
Just mentally preparing.
Yeah. I reckon, that's been taking a toll on you as of late.
What, you mean going up and having to probably deal with Sean every single day for the next foreseeable future? Sure, that's been the back of my mind.
You know that we're all gonna have your back with this, right? Like, even though we don't all get along all the time, this is something different.
She scoffs a little bit at that.
She'll look between the two of them and kind of like move herself to be a little bit more directly in between the two of them since Juniper still has her axe within reach. Did I miss something that happened?
Not that I know of.
I understand that since our field trip things have been a little, how would I describe it, on edge, but I feel that this isn't involving that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, that was fun to learn too. I didn't know I could do that.
I mean, it was a pretty intense place, but like you said, you didn't know you could do that. I mean, I'm not angry at you for what happened or anything. I don't think anybody is.
I most certainly don't fault you.
I mean, it's not like you purposefully fucked shit up to land us there, right?
Not purposefully, but I did change the way I performed the rite. I didn't know it would do that, though. I just wanted it to be different from what Sean taught me. Eliza's been teaching me her method now.
And I'm guessing she didn't teach you her way to do the rite.
To go into the Umbra or to go into the Shadowlands?
Wasn't it us trying to get out of the Umbra that you...
It's the same rite to go in and out. Just the intent changes.
Ah. Wow.
But she taught me her method, so hopefully if we need to go in again, I should be okay, but if that happens, I don't know how to get back out.
Yeah. Eliza didn't teach you that after everything happened?
You know, these things take time and practice to learn, right? It's not, we haven't just been going into the Shadowlands and going out. We've mainly just been focusing on going into just the Umbra and stepping back out.
Yeah, I know, but then, you know, that happened, and it's been, you know, it's been like a couple weeks, so I just would think that would have been the focus on learning how to get out of the Shadowlands as well. I mean, it's fine, you know. We'll just have to be careful.
Why did it make you nervous being in a place full of dead people?
No. Wasn't the dead people.
Yeah, you were hearing the things too, weren't you?
Yeah, I was hearing some weird whispers, that's for sure. And it was cold. And fucking pitch black and fucking spooky as shit. I think we were all a little uncomfortable in there.
I saw weird things too. Saw shadows latched onto Eliza. And she'll turn to Juniper and on you.
That's not spooky at all.
Eliza had a small shadow on her. Just stuck to hers. And then you had two. They were larger.
I kind of sit there and ponder what they could possibly be. Could I make a connection between the two being spirit things that I saw at the cafe to these shadows.
I won't even make you roll for it. Yeah, absolutely. That combined with the food tasting like ash, the feeling of cold that is very similar to. Yeah.
I contemplate a little bit longer, even after I've come to the realization. Huh. And all that Umbra stuff is really weird.
Yeah. I don't know if it has to do because I'm a silent strider.
Do silent striders deal with dead people a lot?
Owl asks that we respect the dead. If we were to see someone die in front of us, we would have to perform rites for them.
Rory, her brow will furrow for a little moment. If the Shadowlands are where the dead go, then why was I hearing the voice of someone that was alive last I checked?
When was the last time you checked?
When I left home.
How long has that been?
Not much longer before I met y'all.
Take it from me, Rory. You can lose someone in a day. It's probably smarter to check in on them when you can.
She'll nod slowly. And then kind of turn to face Delphine a little bit more head on. Is there something eating at you that's not involving that? You're a little bit more cryptic than normal.
I've just been dealing with a lot. My parents actually, well, it wasn't an accident how they died. They were murdered.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And having Artie help me out.
Has he gotten any leads or anything?
We've been looking at footage of the neighborhood that night, looking for something, anything, and the energy levels for the gas, they got risen too suspiciously high right before the explosion, which leads to which is leading indication that it was murder, especially since all of their emissions passed inspection. Plus, my mom never cooked.
That's so crazy. Is there like an investigation or something? Did they find who did it? Like, what the fuck?
We've got some leads.
Can I do an insight check on Delphine and see if if she's not saying everything? Like
Sure.
if she knows more than she's giving off?
Yeah, manipulation and subterfuge versus wits and insight.
What is my rage at right now?
I would say it's probably a 2, because you're sitting in this room with.
Does reasonably would I be at
Yeah.
3 then?
Yeah.
I would
Or
imagine
Kent.
Rory's at 1.
Roy's at 1. Man, she's chilling. She's got nothing to be nervous about.
I got a 7 with a crit.
Got 4 successes.
She is definitely withholding.
Can I err on the side of caution that she possibly knows, especially since she said she's been working with Artie, and I know how thorough Artie is.
Wouldn't be hard to connect the dots.
Oh. Okay. All right.
But also, leadership hasn't said anything. Nobody's approached you. Nobody's done anything. So, wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Why isn't anybody getting involved?
I mean, I didn't do anything wrong.
In your mind?
If nobody's come after me, you know, it's not just mine.
Or they haven't found out.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah. Rory will, once hearing that there's a couple of leads, will be like, well, I hope they catch them soon and get some justice for you, at least some closure.
There won't be closure. Not really. That was stolen from me.
Well, you said that Silent Striders like respect the dead and stuff and accidentally brought us to the Shadowlands. Like, isn't that kind of like where they are? Can't you go talk to them or something?
They'd only end up in the Shadowlands if they had unfinished business. Which they could. Before they died, they were trying to get me to go to rehab. So I'd stop killing myself.
I thought your parents were assholes.
They worked a lot. They weren't always there because of how hard they worked. I didn't ever really have to ask for anything because I had it all. I went to a good school. We went on family vacations together every year. Hell, my mom even went through IVF just to have me. They let me run away for a while. I stole my dad's credit card. He didn't cancel it. It was only that when I was really overspending in New Orleans that he cut it off, bought me a Greyhound bus ticket, and told me to come home. Had to deal with watching my mom crying at the sight of me because, well, the last time she saw me, I was healthy. Now I look like a walking corpse. They wanted to get me into a really good rehab center in Michigan. Had the brochures ready and everything. 5-star place, pool, private rooms. It's basically a 5-star hotel with therapists. And I ran away again. Stole all her jewelry, stole more of his money. changed my name so they wouldn't find me. And then someone killed them. Like, what's the point of even getting clean now if I can't show them I can do it? Can't have any opportunity to have a relationship with them. Can't ever apologize for making her cry. Can't apologize for disappointing him. Can't ever hug them again. We'll never see them again. And as she's continuing to speak, you can hear a quaver in her voice.
Can I ask kind of a hard question?
What?
If your parents weren't dead, would you even be thinking about getting clean or apologizing to them or trying to be better for them right now?
Having the option would have been nice.
But our lives don't last forever, Delphine. My family's dead too. But something that I learned in my life is to not take it for granted.
Can I make an observation?
Sure.
You knew your family loved you. I have no idea.
I just don't think that they loved you in the way you needed to be. But even from you speaking about them now, you can tell that they loved you.
Rory will kind of shift her weight. Juniper does have a point in that. I don't think they would have tried as hard to get you clean in the end if they didn't care. Wouldn't let you wouldn't have cut you off when it got too far.
I just wish I could have known if it was because they cared or because they cared about their image.
I think it's because they cared. Especially since their response to seeing the spiral on the credit card was to get you home and try and get you help.
She'll sigh heavily. Maybe I can just go visit while I'm there. I need to pick up transcripts from my old school, high school anyway. Aspen said that I need those for college if I wanted to enroll at some point.
Yeah, I remember you were using that book a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, part of running away means you don't graduate high school, so I have to take the GED.
Oh. Well, if you need any help with that.
She shakes her head. I just over-prepare, honestly. The test is... This is all stuff I already learned, like, back in 10th grade. I just over-prepare when it comes to studying. I was actually a straight A student. I probably could have gotten into pretty good school.
If you want any company, feel free to let us know, too. Or if you want to do it on your own. I'll respect that, at least.
Yeah, I'll see if, before we go to hell, if maybe we can all stop by there. It's on the way.
Sure, whatever you need. What are you looking to study in college if you get in?
No idea. Probably anthropology or something. I don't know.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's not the one with the dinosaurs.
No. She'll turn away from the bed and start to move to put her backpack on the by the door, and she's going to casually accidentally bump against Juniper, and she's going to activate Sight from Beyond.
Okay, go ahead and make the roll.
Three successes.
Time stops. And your vision blurs. Then streaks with red bleeding down from the top. You find yourself blinking, tears from your eyes that sting. When you open them again, you're in the pitch white snow. An open, rolling field of snow in front of you. Cold, blustery winds sending flurries cascading across the plain. The sound of heavy shuffling draws your eyes, causing you to turn. There you see it. A little girl. Juniper. Young. A child. In one hand, she's clutching a piece of paper. A letter of some kind. From what you can make out, the letter she's clutching has the word high quality builders on the letterhead. Her clothes are singed and burned all around the edges. Her hands and mouth and feet are covered in blood. There are hooks embedded in her back, attached to cables. And as she's trying to shuffle through the snow, behind her, she is dragging the wreckage of a broken down, destroyed building. A house you don't recognize, ruined and broken. And sitting atop that house are 4 figures. An older male, probably in his 70s. 2 adults, a man and a woman. Although the man, he's kind of almost like staticky right now. He's not taking as clear or crystalline a picture as the others. The woman looks like an older version of Juniper. And she has a dazzling, she looks like she'd have a dazzling smile with laugh lines, but it's just a sullen, somber expression now. And then a young boy. Very young, younger than the young girl she is. They sit atop the ruins that she drags behind her. Looking in front of her, there are 3 separate paths. One straight ahead. And at the end of that path lies Stakes. Stakes is standing there, arms outstretched, but a scowl on her face. The left path leads to Gorgon. And strangely enough, Jester, who is also somewhat staticky, matching the man atop the ruins that she drags behind. And then there's the right path. And at the right path lies an all too familiar sight. A large, black, snarling wolf. Maw dripping with the same blood that seems to be coating Juniper's hands, mouth, and feet. And laying at the feet of the wolf are the dismembered corpses of your mother and father. She trudges, unsure of what direction she's heading. She seems to be wanting to lean towards the left path, a mixture of the left and center path. But the blood on her feet is so slick, she seems to keep slipping. And she's on an incline that is just slight enough that it favors the right path. So the slippery blood is making it far too easy to go right. And that's where the vision ends.
I visibly stumble a little bit as I come out of it. Put my hands on my knees.
Rory will like get up to kind of like go catch her. Yo, you okay?
I'll also try and help and look at Delphine with concern.
I
What
instinctively
just happened?
flinch from both of them, not just Juniper, but both of them, just because after a vision, Delphine is always a little off center. She
Whoa,
flinches
okay.
back a little bit,
Yeah, Rory
shuts
will
her
kind of.
eyes, and shakes her head.
Rory will kind of pull her hands back, but like still keep them out in case like she does stumble again. All right, we'll give you room. We'll give you air.
She takes a few deep breaths in through her nose, out through her mouth. And she'll slowly open her eyes. And I will spend a willpower to use penumbral senses, just because every time I see the wolf, I have to make sure he's not actually here too.
Okay. So as you take a steadying breath, projecting your senses outward, focusing, squeezing your eyes shut, and then opening them again, allowing that hazy photo negative to lay over the image in front of you. You scan your surroundings, trying to ensure that there aren't any extra occupants in the room. But you're not alone. There is an extra occupant in the room. There is a wolf in the room. A red wolf. Lupus. Watching.
Stakes, right?
Yes.
Delphine will make eye contact with her, indicating that she sees. And then she'll turn to Juniper. Earlier tonight, I said I was the guide of this pack, right?
Yes.
Any path is better than his. Don't let him catch you.
I just look up at her, confused as to where this is coming from randomly. Okay. Is this some theurge moment that you're having now? This is kind of random.
Yes. He is hunting you. Don't let him catch you.
Rory will just look between the two of them and remember when this happened another time with her and Delphine, with a Deadbeat. Do you know how close he is then, if you're seeing him again? Or seeing visions of him again?
He's always been here.
Wait, you saw a vision just now? Rory, have you seen those before?
A couple of nights before, she'll go to say Deadbeat, but then remember Rat. We're calling him Forge now, when Delphine and I went to go speak to Forge. She had a vision that night too with him.
I saw a wolf, and I saw a spiral. With you have 3 paths. Don't choose his.
I just kind of nod my head slowly. And internally, just kind of mulling that over. Yeah, I don't think that that's going to be much of an issue moving forward. Gorgon's made sure that I know where I stand.
She'll set her backpack down and start heading towards the door. I'm gonna go take a lap around the neighborhood.
Can I do an insight check to see if she's really means that she's gonna go do drugs or something?
Is she intending to go do drugs, Delphine?
No, I am taking I'm doing a patrol around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Fenris is not something I fuck with.
Yeah, then no check necessary. She doesn't seem to have any intentions to.
I'm a little surprised internally, because I totally thought that was just like a nonchalant, I'm going out, but really the intention was to do drugs. So.
Surprisingly, unlike previous times she's quote unquote taken a lap around the neighborhood or gone for a walk or needed some fresh air. No, she's not going to do drugs. She is legitimately going for a patrol.
Right. Now I'm curious as to what that vision was. But I just keep that to myself.
Do you want some company on your walk, or you want to be alone?
She'll glance over her shoulder and look in the direction of Stakes and just shake her head. I'm good.
I mean, Ray wants us to have like a buddy system, so.
I'll be fine. I promise. It's literally just around the block. I'm not
Okay.
going into the Umbra or anything. I'm just looking.
All right, well, I won't tell him. Just don't get caught.
Don't hesitate to call if you need anything, even if it is a short walk.
As Delphine heads out and the group separates, what's going through each of your minds? Let's go ahead and start with Rory.
She kind of has more questions than answers going into this. Like, she saw how they were both acting earlier with the rest of the Sept, and just was really confused. She thinks she got some answers and is now understanding why Delphine has been acting the way she has a little bit more. But is now more concerned than going in on the conversation, and is now more concerned that this may affect how they do in hell rather than the initial emotions with going. And remembering that the Shadowlands are where the dead go, she is now concerned about other things in her life. Like why was she hearing Dad? He was alive last she checked, so she's just kind of a little bit more on edge than the beginning of the night.
Juniper.
I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. Really stressed out now. Like 75% sure that Delphine does know. But also, maybe Artie ragbashed the situation and didn't tell her the truth if I was caught on any camera, because if anybody is gonna find it, he is. So, planning on talking to Ray about that once we get back up there and seeing if he can do that one right that he's done before. She didn't directly ask or anything, and she lied to me about not knowing her parents. So I'm just still running with the I don't know your parents kind of path. I don't know what I'm going to do if she directly confronts me about it. And I also want to know whatever the fuck she just saw in relation to me. The direct call out. I know who he is, so I am definitely kind of shitting my pants a little bit right now and just trying to keep cool about it.
And Delphine.
She is internally thinking in the back of her mind that her mother would probably be very proud of the guilt tripping that she is trying to do with Juniper right now. And that makes her that makes her a little upset just because she hated when her mother would do that to her. But at the same time, she wants to, before confronting Juniper, she needed Juniper to know that she was hurting and that despite her masking, not having her parents around anymore is something that is causing her pain. And then there's the whole Fenris of it all. And despite her anger at Juniper right now, when it comes to that fucking spirit, she does not want it sniffing around anyone she's around. And she will do her job to make sure that it stays away.
There are 3 words that can best sum up the situation that these Guru find themselves in. Y'all need therapy. Thankfully, one of the Guru in the pack is taking care of that problem. So let's go check in with them now. The truth will set you free, but first it will piss you off. Forge has faced a lot of truth lately, and it's probably pissed him off a great deal. But as we saw when meeting with the Sept, it literally set him free. Set him free from shame. But as far as that pissing off goes, sometimes you just need to vent. And Forge has found someone to vent to in Heather. his friend, but realistically his therapist, even if he hasn't quite come to terms on the fact that it is therapy that he's going to and not just a hangout with a girl that he's kind of into. So we find ourselves in Heather's office with the wood-paneled floors, the white walls, the comfortable overstuffed couch and the teal chairs, the hardwood desk, the light streaming in through the windows, a very modern aesthetic. Deadbeat, well, Forge, that's going to take some getting used to. Where do you find yourself in the office this time?
I feel like right now I am casually kind of like sitting on the nice overstuffed couch, kind of laying down a little bit, or not like laying down, but like my feet are up, kind of leaning back into the couch, getting nice and comfortable. You know, I came over. We're supposed to go out and to hang out, but you know, wanted to do a nice little conversation, nice little vent first. Get myself comfortable for a nice little chat.
Heather sits in one of the teal chairs across from you, her legs crossed as she's in a nice little mini skirt and a nicely buttoned up shirt with a blazer over it. She has a notepad in her lap, and when you ask what she's writing down, she just says doodles, even though she's actually casually taking notes about this entire ordeal. So how have you been doing?
Well, you know, it's been a hell of a few weeks, not gonna lie. Lots of bullshit coming up. Things kind of changing. I mean, probably did a lot of shit you probably would approve of, though. Not gonna lie, it sucked. Majorly sucked ass.
Really? She says with interest, her eyebrows raising. I know you've been talking in the past about having something that you were really nervous about dealing with, something that you didn't really want to face. I'm taking it that you actually bit the bullet and finally faced it.
As you're like kind of set in the table in front, between us, I have like a little thing of Baja Blast, surrounding Baja Blast there, take a sip of it. I actually leave it on a coaster instead of just letting it sit on the wood table, as I'll lean back and say, yeah, well, the shit from the past did kind of come up and, get to me. It's, I talked to some of my other, I guess, one of them is, I guess you could say, my friend. The other one thought, with a little bit more than, with a friend, but she's actually like kind of a dick, so whatever.
Well,
But
I wanna come back to that in a moment, but go on.
yeah, so to give the rundown to it, essentially I was with this chick in Michigan, and it was high school. Things were hitting off really well. Had some depressing shit happen, and she made me feel good about shit. Like, hey, something I can take comfort in. This hot chick got interested in me. We have some chemistry. Things were good. Things pretty great. Maybe feel like I could be a pretty decent guy, but one thing led to another, and she revealed to me that she was pregnant. My kid, so I kind of freaked out a little bit. Got a little bothered by it. And I kind of dipped. kind of left. Not my proudest moment, but yeah. So it's kind of the whole deal going on there.
She watches you, and her expression is kind of hard to read. You can't get a good idea. But as she speaks, her tone is very soft. You can talk plainly. I'm not judging you. I've had a whole variety of people come in here and talk about a whole variety of problems. If you think you're the first person who has had a hard time with children that has come through these doors, you'd be wrong. Especially so young, finding out that you have the potential of having a child. That is a very, very scary prospect. You have had a very hard life. And responsibility isn't exactly something that you necessarily were at the time ready to take on or face. And when you see something as a safe space become not so safe, it would make sense that you would run from it. That's always been your pattern. Look at all the things that we've talked about in the past, all of the issues that we've covered. When it comes to fight or flight, B, you always run. But not anymore. Even just being here today, and every previous time you've been here, that shows me that you're tired of running. That you don't want to run anymore. And while others probably have judged you, and you're probably feeling some remorse and shame, and it's probably hard to admit, I'm proud of you that you can say that. That's a very difficult thing to admit. But other people have done it. Countless other people have done it. So you're not alone. Does it mean that it was the right thing to do, the honorable thing to do? No. But the fact that you can admit it is the first step towards making it better. It's the first step towards facing it and confronting it.
Man, you just like to cut down to it, huh? Just, damn.
I like to dance at clubs. I don't like to dance around bullshit.
I mean, I can respect it, but just, man. I mean, I don't know. I guess is it weird to say that I weirdly felt like I was being like kind of strong when I left and ran? Like, I don't know. It felt like I was making, like, I felt like I was faced with a choice that I didn't have any power in, you know? So like, it felt like I took the power, if it makes sense. I don't know. Like, if I can just fuck all, people tell me I need to do these things or I need to like be this thing, I could just tell them to fuck off and run off. It felt like I was like, the boss.
That's a justification, B. That's you justifying running. Sure, you can say that's powerful, but the powerful thing would have been to say you don't want anything to do with this. The powerful thing would have been saying that you don't want to be responsible, that you don't want the child. That's taking control. That's taking power. That's owning up your feelings. Running isn't power. So to try and claim that it is just excusing the behavior that you have been doing your entire life. That is giving you an excuse, a reason to not confront those feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I didn't say that it was me taking power. It's just what it felt like at the time, you know? And kind of, I guess, it just kind of catches up to you at some point, no matter what, you know? Whether that be through being on your mind 24/7 or quite literally she's at your door knocking with a kid in her hand. One way or another, I guess. Just wish it didn't feel so, like, shitty in the moment. I mean, I feel a little bit better now, and things, I guess, are getting kind of better. I had a conversation with her. You know, I guess you're talking about, like, confronting and having a conversation about it. It was, man, it sucked so bad. Dude, apparently her parents cut her off. She's like in this dingy ass motel. It's like, God, it was like the worst guilt trip I've ever had in my life, man. But she was there. We talked about, you know, what she wanted, because she, you know, she's been trying to find me for quite a while, and I've been kind of dodging her. But apparently, she just wants me in the kid's life, to, you know, for the kid to know his father. Apparently, I don't have to be like financially supportive or like being, you know, 24/7 parent all the time. But I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know why she would want me there, to be honest. I mean, she should be pissed off at me, and also, you've seen me. You know, I ain't really a great dad material or role model. I don't know what she sees that I could give to the kid, but I accepted anyways. Kind of pause as I uncomfortably, like, I stopped meeting her gaze, kind of uncomfortably look to the floor and kind of shift around, or kind of gathering up the courage to say, kid had my younger brother's eyes. I kind of saw that in him, you know, like the innocence and the just how he looked. After kind of seeing that, I couldn't leave that. I couldn't leave him again.
You know how you talked about that feeling you got when you first met her? How she made you feel like a better person, how you liked how you felt being around her? You weren't the only one who lost that when you went away, when she got pregnant. She lost it too, in you. Maybe a part of her wants that back also, if not for her kid. You've done bad things, it's true, but that doesn't make you a bad person. Maybe that good energy you felt being with her was just a reflection of the good energy you were putting out. Maybe you were inspired to be a good person until you got scared. Maybe you just needed some new inspiration. And that connection you felt, seeing your child, that's what being a father is for the first time. That's what it is to hold your child for the first time. You see yourself, you see your family. That's that connection that can't be duplicated. Any parent feels that.
I don't know. I mean, all my life, and even now when I do, I've been kind of, I'm known as the guy that, break things and fuck things up, So it kind of, I'm worried that I don't know how to not be the guy that breaks things and fucks things up. That's really all I've, pretty much done. So, or, run away from other shits. I don't know. Getting this whole connection with her and getting all this going and trying to be a better person. Then, how long does it take until I eventually mess it up and cause everything the whole house of cards to fall again? And I'm back with all the, ruin and wreckage around me, knowing that it's my fault.
Well, it's different now. It's different because you know that about yourself. You acknowledge that about yourself, and you're getting help for that part of yourself. Look at all the things around you, B, that have changed. You have a job. You have coworkers you kinda like. You're getting help when you come and meet with me. You're acknowledging that you have a problem and you want to do better. You want to do right by this child. You confronted a problem you've been avoiding for a long time. And the fact that you can say that you destroy everything you touch tells me that you recognize the destruction, that you see it as destruction, and it's destruction you cause, which is a huge change. Because before, you would justify it as something else. You would say they were weak. They didn't deserve you. You were better than it. It was cheap. You always had a reason that it wasn't your fault. But now you can admit that it was. If you can't see the growth in that, I can tell you that is massive growth. And now, with that knowledge, you know what to do differently. You know not to repeat those behaviors from before. When you get that urge to avoid going to see your child, that urge to run, that urge to hide, you can think, this is what led to the destruction. This is what caused that outcome. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Now, in my professional opinion, B, you are not insane. Depressed, maybe. Egotistical, definitely.
Okay, I thought you were trying to make me feel better here. This is kind of the opposite effect.
But learning to be humble, definitely, and good-hearted, absolutely.
I thought growth was supposed to like feel good, That's kind of like, at least every good person you see, like they're like happy, smiling, giving to the poor, on whatever charity missions to who knows where, and being all happy about it. And instead, I'm sitting here confronting all this, this shit, and it feels shitty, Instead, in the past, I would just get pissed off at like other people, you know, and now I'm just pissed off like at myself. And it just kind of sucks.
What you were seeing in those moments were them at their best. But they're not always at their best. And it took a lot of work to get there. You can get there, B. And I'm sure there was a moment, however brief, when you were looking in that child's eyes that felt pretty good. And there was probably a moment after walking out of that room, after having confronted that hard truth, when you felt the weight leave your shoulders after having carried this burden for so long, that felt pretty good. Those are those moments that you can smile. Those are those moments that you've witnessed that you believe are all the time. Because trust me, they're not. Even the best people have bad days. Nobody smiles all the time. And if they do, they're lying or trying to sell you something.
That explains one of my bosses. I feel like every time I see her, she's just like 99% of the time she's smiling, and the only like usually 1% of the time she's not smiling. You know, probably due to me, but partially my fault. But it's just pissed me off. But yeah, it did feel like relief, and it did feel good. Like, I don't know, looking into his eyes made me realize that like I could make things better, and that I had a second chance that, you know, I never thought I had. It's just, man, I mean, I thought it would make me feel overwhelming happy to have the second chance, but I feel really scared. Like, I'm gonna fuck this up.
Good. Hold on to that feeling. Hold on to that feeling, because you won't get complacent and you won't get lazy. You won't fall into your old habits. But don't run from it. Embrace it. Let it motivate you. Because that feeling, that's what's driven you away in the past. That's what's caused you to retreat into your previous bad habits. Instead, use it. Use it as a tool. Use it as the fire to fuel the passion you have to be a better person. Because you can run again. You can. You can go back to being the person you were. You can live that life. But I will tell you something. The truth is the ultimate predator. It will hunt you down. It will find you. You can't escape it. You can avoid it. You can run from it. You can hide. But it will find you. So why run? Why hide? Why not ally yourself with it?
I mean, considering that I just had a single mother hunt me down across states to find me, I can see what you're saying. I can definitely agree with that. That truth is an ultimate predator. I just kind of sit up at this point, looking almost like visibly exhausted by this conversation. I ain't gonna lie, this shit is killing me. But can I complain to you right now about this asshole coworker that I have?
Please.
There's this, so as I kind of said earlier, like, there's these two chicks I'm kind of getting, you know, friendly with. There's another chick that's like kind of psycho behavior weirdo, and then there's this one dude that's a kiss ass. But there's two chicks, but I thought both of them were pretty chill. But one of them, their name's Delphine. She turns out I found out that she was just being friendly with me because apparently the boss told her that she had to, help me become a better employee, like help me become a better person. At least that's what I've heard, that they gave her the assignment to like help me out to make, try and push me in the right direction, which, kind of fuck, because I thought that, she was showing me things. She was like saying that she wanted me to trust her and want to build that trust, and told me things that apparently she didn't tell anyone else, or tried to help me out. And like even I even like an idiot protected her from shit, and put my neck out for her and tried to help her out. And I just found out that, oh, apparently this is all just because, now I know the truth, that she just did it because she was told to do so. And now I feel like a fucking idiot because I did all this shit for someone who is just using me for, their own benefit, because they got, a nice little reward after, apparently my boss seeing me be a better person. I guess a better worker.
Well, first, that must have hurt to hear. That must have been very, very painful and frustrating to hear. And I'm sorry that you had to go through that. It's very hard to put our faith and feelings and trust into someone and to feel betrayed by them, to feel like it was for nothing. Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure, fire away. I will say that the other chick, at least so far, haven't done anything too fucked yet. So at least I still have one coworker buddy. So at least I
That's
have
good.
that.
That is good. Question 1. Did it help? What she did it help you?
She was one of the people that I talked to about the stuff with the kid. I mean, the advice was good. I mean, when the baby mama first came in, she was, I don't know what we got in her, but she was like pissed. But after that, she, surprisingly, didn't call me the deadbeat that, I was, which kind of shocking, most of the time. Anyone kind of hears about that stuff, the first thing they're going to do is, why did you do that? You're such a bad person. And they, surprisingly didn't. And it kind of threw me off guard, just the idea that, like, I guess people can believe in me. Crazy shit, I know.
So it did help.
Yeah, it did.
Second question. Have you ever done something nice for somebody for your own selfish reasons?
I really gotta say it? I think we already know the answer to that.
I think you should.
Yes, I have. Many, many times, yes.
Third, I tell you ways to improve yourself all the time. I give you advice, I give you homework, I give you jobs and ways to better yourself. How would it feel if in bettering yourself, in becoming a better person, someone found out you were going to therapy and got mad at you because it didn't just organically come from you? But in truth, you were still working on yourself. It did come from a good place, even if it wasn't your idea.
I don't know, man.
I'm not saying you shouldn't be hurt or mad, but you should get over it. Because at the end of the day, who cares what her reason was? It worked. You got better. So whether it was for her own selfish reason or not, it worked. It helped you. You got something out of it. And she didn't have to. At the end of the day, she could have done nothing. But she didn't. She still helped you. Whatever her motivation was.
It's I kind of like I have like one hand kind of in my hair, kind of like scratching my head, kind of like grabbing at my hair a little bit, kind of squeezed in. It's more complicated than that. I wish I wish I could give you all the details, but I can't. But she kind of had to, because she needed that benefit for herself in order for her to get what she needed to get done. So it feels like I don't know. I just would have. She could have fucking told me, I guess that's the thing. She could have told me that's what she was aiming to do, and we could have worked on that shit out. But instead, she just kept it hidden from me this whole time, and even like coyly suggested at it once before when we were hanging out after I asked her about it. So she like directly lied to my ass. So that's just the frustrating part, and that's like, and they get on me for like in the past for doing that shit, for being that kind of guy. But then they can do that shit, and it's not a problem, and I just kind of like ball up my fist, kind of hit into the couch, and I just look around. I'm not breathing heavy.
You're right to be angry, and you're right to be hurt. Again, I'm not saying you can't feel those things. I'm not saying it's wrong to feel those things. But consider this. Maybe she couldn't tell you. Maybe if she did tell you, she couldn't accomplish what she was trying to accomplish. Maybe if she had told you, it wouldn't help. You wouldn't listen. Maybe all the progress you'd be making would have been for nothing if you'd found out it wasn't coming from an organic place. And again, at the end of the day, B, who cares? It worked. This is about your journey. This is about your healing. And when you are in a place to talk about it, when you are feeling calm and not feeling like punching anything, maybe you should just ask her. Give her that chance. Because again, she didn't need to help you. She could have taken another job or told her bosses no or quit. But she did. She did help you. I don't fault the people who painted my walls because they got paid. It comes with the territory. I'm still grateful that they painted the walls. And they did a good job doing it.
At this point, I'm starting to get my breathing more under control. I kind of slow my breathing down until eventually I just let out a deep sigh, just deep exhale. So I'll unclench my fist and recompose myself. And I'll say, there is very little time that I don't feel pissed and like I want to punch something. So that time frame might be a little hard to come by. But you're probably right. You've been right so far, which is a little annoying, by the way. People are supposed to be wrong sometimes, but I've at some point maybe talk to her, maybe go to a rage room or something first. I really want to go to one. It's been crazy, and to break something sounds pretty fucking nice.
Absolutely. That's why those exist. She lets out a light laugh. And you'll find the further along this journey you go, the more those moments will come. The more of those calm moments you'll have. That's what healing is getting more of those smiling, happy moments, more of those moments of peace where you can talk to people, where you hit things less and you smile more. That's what healing is. And as for always being right, one, I went to school and paid a lot of tuition to be able to say these things. And two, there are a lot of things I'm wrong about. I assure you of that. But this, I'm good at what I do.
Well, we need to hang out more so I can see you do more of those wrong things, okay? 'Cause I need to know that you're human, all right? I'm starting to think that maybe something's going on here.
Well, if that's the case, why don't we go to the club?
Shit, don't have to tell me twice. Hold on. And I just like get up and look, like kind of wipe some of, like wipe myself down. Like, all right, where are we heading tonight? I think Castle's a good start.
Sounds great. She stands up and grabs her bag. I have to swing by home to change, but then we can head out afterwards.
I'll give her a nod to that. And I'll just be like, I'll meet you there. I'll be waiting outside. I mean, the line's long enough already, so okay.
Sounds great. I'll see you there. As the two of you head out, what's going through Forge's head after this conversation with Heather?
There's definitely a bit more peace right now in my mind, as there, before it was just a lot of thoughts kind of jarbled together and emotions that I feel like I can't quite express, not feeling super comfortable around most of the pack to be able to say these things, especially after what happened with Delphine. So having someone that at least can kind of tell these things to, not the full truth, of course, because, being a werewolf, but it helps to make me feel a lot better, especially kind of expressing these angry thoughts and not immediately punching something with it, which is usually pretty odd. A little bit of an odd feeling. I'm more often than not used to just hitting things and it let out my anger. And kind of having a dangerous little tiny amount of hope inside of me that maybe things will turn out well. Maybe we can make this work. Maybe I don't have to be a failure. Maybe I can actually live up to the name.
You might have started in failure, but not anymore. You have been forged from failure, as the name says. But now you got to live up to that. We transition now to our final scene of the evening, where the sparks are about to fly. Two ragabashes, both alike in fury, in fair Hillsborough State Park, where we lay our scene. The middle of the woods, late at night, along the bank of a nearby lake. It's been a long time coming. The two of these ragabashes having a conversation, or perhaps an altercation. We'll see how things go. A mentor and a protege stakes her claim in Juniper. A lot of words unsaid. A lot of vague hints mentioned. What's driven these two apart? What's caused the divide? Really unknown, because it's been a slow divide. Something has caused the two to separate. The two that were the closest bonded of this entire group when they first arrived in Tampa. But as the pack has grown stronger, the bond between these two has grown weaker. And as Delphine mentioned but a few weeks ago, she was supposedly Stakes' favorite, to which Stakes replied, "I have no favorites," which was a surprise to the ears of those listening. So here in the woods, the water lapping against the shore, the sounds of crickets in the air, the two wolves meet. Stakes, the red wolf, pauses, assessing Juniper with a sniff before slowly shifting into her Hamid form and going to sit upon the log that is often Juniper's safe spot, her hideaway. She stares at her lupus companion, her protege, her adopted daughter, expectantly.
I shift out of lupus form and pull out the leggings and simple shirt I have in a bag nearby before sitting down on the log next to Stakes. I look down at the rushing water, my face tense. Trying to find the words to say.
Stakes breaks the silence in a most unexpected way when she says, her voice actually quavering, "I'm scared, Juniper."
I look over at her, concern on my face, hearing her voice waver. What do you mean?
I'm scared for you. And I'm scared for what I'm going to have to do if I can't help you.
My jaw twitches as the weight of those words sit heavy on my shoulders. I haven't even done anything to warrant something like that, Stakes.
I went to the house, Juniper. I saw the cops there. I followed the scent of the blood.
What house?
A man and a dog murdered and consumed. They say it was a wild animal. Little do they know how right they are.
My face just drains of any color. And all the emotions in my eyes fade to emptiness. And I look back down into the water.
And what of the parents? Delphine's parents. Did you eat them too?
I was just doing what I thought was best for Gaia. And trying to right an injustice.
I understand. I understand that impulse. If it were just the killing, that I could understand. But you know our laws. Do you know why we have those laws?
Not that one. No.
First, because it will lead them to us. How many times can they explain a wild animal before they go looking and find that animal? If I could find you, if I could trace you down, eventually so can they. Secondly, decay, consumption, these are the acts of the worm. And third, the impergium, a stain upon our history, a time when our people tried to run the earth, destroying all of humanity in its path. It almost led to our own destruction. This is why Fenris wants you. And if you keep up this behavior, he will have you. And if you walk with Fenris, like my brother before you, I will kill you. And I don't want to do that. With all my heart, Juniper, I don't want to do that.
I swallow back some tears, threatening to form. I'm not going to walk with Fenris Stakes. I've already been working to fix that mistake. And Gorgon has made it very clear who I stand with.
Gorgon can't save you from yourself. Gorgon can keep Fenris at bay, but the farther you fall to Hoglosk, the easier you make it for him. Consuming the flesh of humans is giving in to Hoglosk, Juniper.
Thought I would be making it easier for Gaia. If I took on some of it.
Just like
Somehow.
Delphine, you're poisoning yourself.
My food tastes like ash. Stakes. It's been the only thing that tastes good. I don't. I don't really want to do it again. I've already been thinking about that night and what happened, and I talked with Gorgon, and I know I need to stop. But sometimes it feels like I can't. And I don't know how to make the food stop tasting like ash.
The only one who can help you is the one you hurt the most. You're haunted, Juniper.
But I didn't do anything wrong.
You took them inside of you, body and soul.
I sigh heavily. I'm sorry that my actions have put you in this position.
That's not what you should be sorry for. You should be sorry to yourself, not to me. You're right. Killing Delphine's parents wasn't the crime. Consuming them was. And not taking ownership of it since was.
She talked about it the other night. We were hanging out in our room, her, Rory, and I, and she was talking about how she found out that her parents died and that it was a murder, that Artie was helping her. And all I could think about was not giving myself away. And sure, she didn't directly ask, but I was waiting for it. And I still am waiting for the moment she directly asks me. But she somehow had a vision with me and saw something that spooked the shit out of her. And she told me that there's multiple paths for me and to not follow his or something like that. That he is hunting me. Fenris is who I think she's talking about. Ever since my first change, the night that I found my family dead, I've been hunting her parents. The two names that I remember most. And I don't remember all of that night. But I know that I killed the men who were hired to kill them. And I ate them too.
You can't help what you didn't know, but now you do.
But knowing isn't stopping the need.
How do you
If
think she feels? Dead parents, addicted to something she can't stop. You made her you.
I wasn't there when she started doing drugs, though.
Do we really need to nitpick?
You're right.
If you keep doing this, you are going to make many more versions of you. You're lucky that man was alone, that they didn't have children. But what if they had?
I shrug. I might have hesitated. Something. I don't know.
Not if they were at college.
Would it make me a monster if I were to say I don't regret the steps I've taken so far?
She looks out to the water, chewing on her lips in consideration. After a moment, she says, "No. It would make you a monster to assume that those are the only steps you can take from here."
Well, like I said, I've been thinking a lot. And I don't really want to follow in the same footsteps anymore.
Thinking, wanting, and doing. All very different. You can start by not playing any more games. You and Delphine, this game you're playing needs to stop. You can't take this game to hell because they're not going to play it. They'll only use it against you. And if they are with Fenris, he will want you to play it.
I'm just waiting for her to ask me up front, to confront me directly.
Why?
To help her, too.
Take charge of the situation, Juniper, like you did when you killed them.
I don't really know how to.
Tell her the whole story. Tell her how you learned the names. Tell her when you asked about them and she lied. And tell her what you did about it.
All of it?
All of it. At least she'll understand. And if she doesn't, that's on her.
I don't know if she'll understand that I've eaten her parents.
Maybe leave that part out. But you
That's
have
why
to
I
tell her
asked.
about the haunting. Although I think she already knows.
She already knows. She mentioned seeing two shadows on me in the Shadowlands, and I've seen them myself, usually when my food turns to ash.
Tell her that part, that you've seen them since. She deserves to know. Because at least she can understand.
Yeah. Now I'll just have to figure out a good time to do it. I'm not sure that the very long car ride up to hell is a good time. We're making a stop at the Rebel that was her home. Maybe that will be a good moment.
I say give her the choice. The least you can do. If she does know, she'll know what to expect.
Well, I also feel like this should be a private conversation and not one with the whole pack involved.
I agree. It could be before you get in the car. It could be at a rest stop. But at least she has control of the situation, which she has been lacking this entire time.
It's really hard for me not to take accountability. I mean, I did what I did, but for me to feel empathy, I guess, it's getting a bit harder and harder in general. And part of me can't help but feel like she hasn't even earned the right to know. And I don't know why I think that. I just.
Do you care about Delphine?
In a sense, yeah. I mean, I don't want her to die.
Do you care about the rest of your pack?
Yes. I also don't want them to die.
Do you care about me?
I care about you a lot, Stakes.
And I love you, Juniper. Like you were my own child. You have to know that this is hurting all of us, not just her. This game, we're all part of it. Because it is causing a rift between all of us. You don't have to be sorry for what you did to be sorry for who it's hurting. You don't have to be sorry for what you did to be sorry for not handling it appropriately afterwards.
I chew on the inside of my cheek as I mull over what Stakes is saying. Yeah, you're right. She deserves to know.
I will always be here for you. I know it will be difficult. You can always come to me. You have been doing this all by yourself, and I don't know why you decided to stop coming to me with all of this.
Tears start falling at that, and I look at Stakes. I was worried that you would just straight up kill me or something if I talked to you about this, about eating people, about my struggles, about Fenris, and about everything. And you've already done so much. And I've just been scared of this confrontation. And I was scared that you would reject me. Because the other people in the pack don't really like me. And I've just gone down this path of anger. And I don't want to anymore. I was just scared. And I still am. So I'm sorry. I just didn't want to break your heart. Especially knowing what you've already gone through. And I just wipe my eyes.
and clench my fists on my lap.
Stakes reaches over and presses a hand against the side of your face. She then moves your face to look you in the eyes. That's not what a mother does. I may get angry, but I don't stop loving you. Even my brother. I gave him so many chances. I begged him. I pleaded. And even when I had to do what I did, that's what broke my heart. We're not there. We're a long way from it. You can't, you won't be rejected by me. I will always be here for you, even if it's to save you from yourself. I'm here to help you, Juniper. I'm here to guide you. I didn't pull you out of the snow so that you could die. I pulled you out so you could live.
Living is hard. You know, this whole time I thought I was getting better. But maybe I didn't. Maybe I've just gotten worse.
No. You're jumping back and forth like a rabbit. We hunt rabbits. Stop jumping. Pick a path and stick to it. I hope you pick the good one.
I'm trying.
I'm with you. Stop running away from me.
I nod my head. Okay. I'll stop running now. I'm so tired.
She slides over next to you and wraps an arm around your shoulders to have you lean against her. Rest now. There's so much for you to do, but not at this moment. As she holds you, letting the tears fall, letting the silent sobs shake your shoulders. The waves lap against the shore. The crickets provide the only soundtrack. The wind is still, and the curtain falls as this story comes to a close. But not without one last scene. We find ourselves 1,200 miles north, in the small town of Hell, Michigan, the destination for the Hellhounds. It's late in the evening, and we're in the middle of the woods, the tall, tall timbers surrounding our scene. Amidst it all, we hear the sound of a shovel digging in dirt. As we move through the trees, we come upon a slender silhouette. It's revealed to be a muscular young woman that we know to be Erin, the deputy sheriff, the Philodox of the Sept. She's just finished digging a very deep hole. She climbs out of the hole and moves over to a wrapped package about 6 feet long, tied with rope around canvas, with blood staining the canvas. She drags it over to the hole, dropping it in. She looks down, cocks her head to the side. Sorry, old friend. You didn't make the cut. She starts dumping dirt onto the body buried below. This is where our session comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to our guests, Champ, Nori, and Walks, for reprising their characters from Rage Across Tampa. We'll be back with another session of Hellhounds next Friday at 7 p.m. on YouTube. And you should check out Rage Across Tampa on Tuesdays at 10 p.m. over on Twitch. Thank you so much for watching. Go follow us on all of that social media you see in the description, and come join our community by following that Discord link. We're recruiting for some new tables, so get into the community and join those tables so you could have a seat in our games that are coming up. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production. Hellhounds is produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. The storyteller for Hellhounds is Kent. Tonight's characters were voiced by Jay, Lilith, Ben, Nikki, and Caity. Visit our website at stpetbynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become a part of our community. Thank you for listening. Until next time, fangs, stakes, and claws out.